Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to new stream schedule. So I'm streaming now for the foreseeable future at this time and also at this time on Tuesdays. So I hope this works for you. It sort of was what naturally fit in my schedule. So I'm going to try doing that. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, Selena asks, had some recent conversations about ratings and comments. As the author, would you rather a solver give a low rating and then leave without commenting, or a low rating and then say, this break-in is painful, I hate it? So this is a complicated question because it depends partially on the solver's ability to distinguish between this was not for me and this is ugly. And I don't think necessarily it is everyone's job to be able to make that distinction, but it's certainly a matter of like, is this taste or is this just, oh dear God, I would not recommend anyone do this puzzle. I think a comment to the effect of I did not enjoy this because is probably the most helpful for both the author and for future solvers. So, for example, if I were to say, I did not like this because it was a set puzzle, Selena could read that comment and go, therefore I will love this because it is a set puzzle. I think that is that is how I would think of it. Okay, so we get to do today, speaking of, AFK's worst rated LMD puzzle of all time, which is what the people want. AFK, it's what the people want. So this puzzle was voted for by David, Plonktime, Mazegator, Russ, AFK, Josh, Luda, and Paul Fly. So I look forward to doing this. So even if it is AFK's worst rated puzzle of all time. So we have normal sudoku rules. So each cell gets a digit from 1 to 9, but it's sudoku. So that means that in row n, there are n digits. So in particular, in row 1 and column 1, there's only 1 digit. So all of these things are the same digit. And each arrow must point to k distinct digits, where k is the digit in the arrow's cell. So maybe this is going to be a coloring puzzle, possibly. I'll at least go ahead and give all of these a color to say these are all definitely the same. Isn't this just an 8? I think this is just an 8 by definition, right? Because in a sudoku in column 9, there's 9 distinct digits, so this sees 8 distinct digits. I think this is literally just an 8. And so I think we get to bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Big Zach is definitely not ready for the 8 dance. It still even makes Zach a little bit dizzy. Boop-a-doop! Woo! Boop-a-doop! Wah! Boop-a-doop! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's Garion has a good point, which is that in column 8, there's 8 distinct digits. So this number is 7 or 8, but it's not 8 because this row has all distinct digits. So this number is a 7. I agree, which means this number is up to 3 less than 7. So it's 4 or 5, I think. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and mark that this number is 1, 2, or 3, just because it's useful to note that, in fact, all the numbers on the border are 1, 2, or 3. I don't think it can possibly be 1. It can't be 1, because if yellow is 1, it makes this arrow 1, which doesn't work. Oh, no, that does just work. No. It does not work because then there would only be 2 distinct digits in this column. So yellow can't be 1. Yellow can only be 2 or 3. Because there would be two things in the column if that were the case. Let's see. So it depends on whether these 2 cells have the same digit or a different digit. Oh, these arrows look at each other. And so they can't be very far off. I'm trying to decide how far off they can be. So there's the same number of distinct digits here. And then this is either equal to that or 1 more than that. So that means that this digit can be... It's within 1 of that digit, I guess, is the point. So this is, I think, a 1, 2, 3, 4. It's possible that if I really tried, I could convince myself that this can't actually be 1. Let's see. Right. This is definitely a different color because it's in column 9. I can go ahead and mark that orange just to note. So these 2 numbers are not equal, which means one of yellow and orange is on the diagonal and the other of yellow and orange is not on the diagonal. Do I know this isn't the repeated digit? Right. This number I know is at least, let me just fill it in. This will be useful for Fish's point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 1 repeat in this column. So this is either a 4 or a 5, depending on whether it's above or below this. So this number already sees at least 2 different things, this arrow, because those 2 can't be the same. Which is very clever. Let's see. Oh, yes, this arrow, which I somehow have completely missed, is only a 1 or a 2. It's a little bit, which is quite restricted. Is there some sudoku law that these can't be the same digit for some reason? I don't think so. That's a good point. When I saw this 8, my brain went, so there's 1 repeat. However, Admiral Malcor counted better than I did because there are only 8 cells. So this is, in fact, a different color. It's not yellow. And so if I temporarily uncolor this, I can make this orange. And then I know that all of these cells are yellow or orange. Because row 2 and column 2 only have 2 digits in them, which means that there's sort of only... So yellow can't be 3, right? Because of this arrow. Right. So yeah, so this is definitely a 3. And so that means yellow is 3. Sorry, definitely a 2. Sorry, definitely not a 3. There aren't 3 colors that this could possibly see. Sorry, 2. I'm good at numbers. We do not have the answer check off. And someone remind me to turn it back on after this. Okay, so we've got 2s there. I do know at least one of these is orange. This number can't be 2 anymore. Somehow it seems to always automatically turn off for me. I don't know why. I don't think I do anything. Oh, This is definitely orange, and this is definitely orange, just for the record, because of the whole column 9 business. Oh, right. This number, Jay Dyer points out, we know this number is at least or at most one different from yellow. And so this could only have been 4 if yellow was 3. So this is 3. Which in particular means orange isn't 3. And on the other hand, orange is at most 4. So I think that means this number is a 4 if we look at it. Because this number here only sees 4 cells. I'm assuming the arrows are separate. Yeah, it looks like arrows are separate. Yeah. This is a total of 4 at most. But I know... Oh, I don't think I know it's not... Oh, no. Okay, yeah. This cell is orange or yellow. If it's yellow, it's a 2. Okay, so this is 2 or 4 is the point. Those are the only options. It's 2 or 4. Yes, and the horizontal arrow tells you it's definitely not 2, because there are 5 distinct digits here, and so there can't be 2 distinct digits there. Got it. So orange is 4. This digit is not orange, and these digits are all different, so that one can't be yellow. That one is also orange. While we are looking at things that are and are not orange. This number here actually has to be a 2 now, because there aren't 4 distinct digits. It wasn't 3 because orange showed up in the same column as a 3 in column 9. This digit is now a 2, because column 3 only has 2 distinct digits. Only 3 distinct digits, so it definitely doesn't have 4. So none of these digits are 2s for whatever it's worth. Right. This also must be orange, Garion points out, because it definitely is not 2 for the same reason about this column. Right. This is now orange, Vish points out, because otherwise it's a liar. Otherwise, this clue is a liar. So that's a 4. We've got all of that. Let's see. Oh, this diagonal. But I don't know that orange is the other color. This diagonal only has 2 things on it, though. Let's see. Oh, using like gray X's to say, okay, this clue is really done. That's a good idea. Okay, that clue's really... Oh, no, sorry, this clue's not really done. That might be the only clue that I have that's really done. Okay, what is this number, actually? This number is interesting, because it's not 2, 3, or 4. And so this number can only actually be 1 or 5. If it were 1, that would be weird, but not necessarily immediately broken. It would just mean that all of these numbers were the same. Okay, these 2 are 2 new colors, was Garion's point, because of this 4 arrow. So I can go ahead and make these purple and blue. If I would like... I don't see what to do with that. I mean, I guess I now know what the colors are in row 3. Is part of the point. So over here, the only thing these can be is yellow, orange, or blue. This can't be yellow because of this 2. If yellow was one of the 2 colors down here, that would not work. Hello, Jay Dyer. Hope you're doing well. Ah, yes, this is definitely blue because it's in column 9. That is a very worthwhile point to make. This is not orange or yellow due to the 4. Same argument, actually. So this is blue. Because the 4 here says I see 4 more colors other than yellow and orange at most, but I can only possibly see 4, therefore. Selena remembers that this diagonal exists, and therefore this cell's not allowed to be orange, so it's blue. And so now I know that all of these cells are purple or blue because of the 2 up here. Don't think I know anything immediately about that. Okay. This 2 now tells me that this in fact, actually, this 2, I actually know what the 2 colors are. The 2 colors are yellow and blue. So if I follow this diagonal, that has to be yellow, that has to be blue, and that has to be yellow. Going along that that line of 2. And in fact, I might as well mark that these cells are yellow or blue for sure. Fish says there's no yellows on this diagonal. Because if there was, then this would be a 2, right? So that's in fact a 4. That's in fact a 2. That's a 2. I might as well fill in. I've got 1 repeat in row 7 and 1 repeat in column 7. It is worth noting. Let's see. If this isn't blue, this column already has both of its repeats for what it's worth. Right. This clue sees 3 and 4. So everything on this diagonal is a 3 or a 4. In particular, that one's a 4, which makes it orange. And I know that blue isn't 3 by column 9. So this is not 3 because it's, or sorry, so this is not blue. Is the point, because if this were this isn't a 3, it's 4. Whatever way you want to think about it, this can't be a 3 because of the way that counting works. So this is a 4. Yes, that is my repeat in column 8. Selena and Vish point out. I was thinking I was going to get 2 repeats in column 8, but that's because I can't count. So this number is not a repeat. This number is blue. Because of that. So if this is yellow, that's the last repeat in column 7, for what it is worth. The repeat is above the arrow. Right. Wait, what could be yellow? If this is yellow, then there's 2 repeats in the column, right, AFK? I can't have 4 cells that only have 2 colors between them. Am I miscounting? In column 8? Okay. So I like Jay Dyer's point that we know there's a repeat up here, and so therefore this can't be orange because that would be 2 repeats in the column. So that is in fact a 2. reading down this diagonal. Yeah, I guess orange could be one of the colors on this diagonal. I think that would be okay. Oh, no, it couldn't be. Sorry. There's a blue-purple on this diagonal. So this diagonal does not have an orange on it as one of the two digits. I agree with that. And so that's a 2. So that's my repeat for row 8, for what it's worth. And I might as well mark, I guess. So this cell's not a 4, is the point. This cell is a 3 for sure. Because if it were a 4, that would put orange on the diagonal. But that means that that digit is a 3. Oh, and I know that 3 isn't blue. That's very helpful. So 3 is not blue. So 3 is therefore purple. So therefore that cell is purple and that cell is purple. And so everything down this line. So this isn't blue. So this is yellow. So it's a 2. And these are each purple or yellow. So they are 2 or 3, just to put it there. This number is already at least 4, so this is either 4 or 5 are the only options, just by counting stuff. Okay, so Selena is counting this diagonal and seeing that there's only 2 colors in these cells. So this is at most 3, 4, 5. And it's not 1. And so it's 2, 3, 4, or 5, but it can't be 2, 3, or 4. So therefore, this can only be a 5. So it is therefore green, which means that this, in fact, is a 1. Of shame. So everything, all of these are the same. Whatever that thing is that they're the same of is not 2, 4, 7, or 8. I'm going to just put a slash through these cells just to remind myself that they're all the same. Let's see at the row 7 has all its repeats, Ilm points out. So this, therefore, must be a 2. Sorry, must not be a 2. Sorry, must be a 1. I can count, I swear. So these two are also the same. But, of course, it's a different same than that one. Right. This 4 looking down told me, and I used this previously, that there aren't any oranges in this column because otherwise there would only be 5 colors. So this is, in fact, a green. So we've got that. I almost know what the 6 colors are in this column. Because this is the last of the colors in this column. Oh, sorry, this could be green. Sorry, this could be green and still be, have it still be the case. This row has, row 4 has 1, 2, 3, and, oh, sorry, no, purple is 3. Never mind. It's still very restricted, but it's not quite there. Feels like a moderately big if, but I might be. Let's see. This diagonal, remember, doesn't have any repeats for what it's worth. Let's see. Josh is curious about this number. It's not 2 or 4, I see. Let's see. Emma points, or sorry, yeah, Emma points out this is a 3 or a 4. I believe, because of the number of colors here. So they could be a 2, right? This is a 2, 3, or 4 at least. I'm willing to say that much. Let's see. Row 5, column 5 is known, Laura says. Do I already have 5 digits in this column? I don't think so, do I? I seem to only have 3 colors in this column that I know about. Oh, sorry. It's this 8, right? This can't repeat the 2. Got it. Okay, so this is not yellow. It is purple. I don't think I knew that these were a purple-yellow pair, but I agree that is now purple. Oh, this column 7 now doesn't have any repeated digits. It's maybe worth pointing out that this cell is purple or yellow. Possibly? Sorry, not purple or yellow, purple or orange. I don't know if I really want to mark that, though. It's true, though. Let's see. People would like to pencil mark that this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, so it is 6, 7, or 9. But this number is not 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In fact, it's at most 6, so therefore blue is 6. So we can do that. Does mean there's no repeats on this diagonal, which means that's not a 4. Let's see. So these cells only have a couple values. 4, 5, 6. These are 7 and 9 for what it's worth. So there is a 7, 9 in row 5, I suppose. Okay, so this is naively 1, 3, 5, 6, or 9. Let's see. I think I know it's not 6 because of column 8. So it's not 6. Because column 8 only has 1 duplicate and it's a 2. And it's not 5 by row 8 for the same reason. It's not 1 by row 7. Good. Because row 7 already has its repeats. And it's not 3 either. So it is 9, in fact. There we go. And 9 is a new color, right? no way 9 is an existing color, because I think we actually know the value of every existing color. So 9 can be red. There we go. Can I also put a 7 in this row? Maybe. Yeah, 7 and 8 are my only uncolored digits. Yeah, we can do, let's see, brown and flesh for those. Column 4 does not have 3s because those are the 4 digits in column 4. Good spot. So no for you. So you are a 2. So if this is a 2, that's a 2 for what it's worth. Oh, I guess this is the 5 colors in this row. So there's no 3. Oh, sorry. No, this is a 6 color row, not a 5 color row. Never mind. Does have blues. Oh. These two, I don't think I know much about. Let's see. One of these two cells has to be a 1 because I need a 1 in this column. Oh, no, maybe it could go there. Never mind. I think it can go there. Column 6 has all of its digits, Garion points out. So we know that these are certainly 2, 4, 6, 3, 5, 9. However, they're not 9 by row 9. They're not 5 by row 8. They're not 2 by row 9. They're not 4 by row... Uh-oh. Oh, these aren't all the same digit. They're just all some of those digits. Right. Sorry. So I can do that, and then I can only look at this one, and then that will make it better. So these are, again, 2, 4, 6, 3, 5, 9. These can't be 9, can't be 2, can't be 4. Can't be 5 by row 8. So these are either both 3 or both 6. Right, and they're not 2 or 4 because of this 4. None of them that I sort of filled in. This can't be a 3 because of the 5 pointing up. These need to all be different. And it can't be a 6 for exactly the same reason. Right. Jay Dyer points out we can do a little bit of Sudoku because we know this cell is a 3 or a 6 because we know blue and purple are 3, 6. In fact, I can just go ahead and write 3, 6 in these cells. That actually gives us a 3, 6 pair in the row. That means this isn't 3, 6, so that's a 5, 9. Oh, and it's not a 9 because there's a 9 in the row already. I don't know how I didn't miss that or how I missed that, but whatever. This is a 5. And so this is a naked single. It's a 1. If you look at what is missing from the row, I can go ahead and mark that this and this are both blue or purple. So this is 2, 4, 6, or 9. AFK points out, but we know all the digits on this diagonal are distinct, so it's not 2, 4, or 6, therefore it is a 9. Good. There are blues in this column, so that's okay. Let's see. Garion says this is a naked single 1. Let's see. It's not 2. It's not 3. It's not 4. It's not 5. It's not 6. It's not 7. And it could be 8, but it's not 9. So this is a 3 or an 8. Oh, but it can't be 3 because this is on this diagonal, right? So I think it is a... oh, sorry. It wasn't 3 or 8. It was 1 or 8. And I guess I can fill in this cell as well just by looking at the diagonal. Could be 1. It's not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so it could be 7 or 8 for what it is worth. Let's see. Charlampos says row 8, column 4 is a 4. So yeah, so this column has 2, 4, 6, and 9 in it, so I can write 2, 4, 6, 9 in these cells. However, this row already has its repeat, so this can't be a 2, and it can't be a 6, because it's got its 3 and its 6, and it's got its 9, so therefore it is, in fact, a 4. This row also has its repeats, so this can't be a 2, at the very least, so it is a 4, 6, or 9. Row 4 has its 4 digits, Lakia points out, and none of them are blue, and none of them are orange. So those both end up being 2. Okay, so these are therefore 1, 2, 3, 9 are the 4 digits that these can be. This can't be a 4th 2 because there's already my repeats in here. This can't be a 9 because I've already got my repeats. So this is a 1 or a 3 in that column. This column also has its repeats, so it's not a 9 at the very least. And it's not a 2 either. Selena has identified that there is an arrow here that we have to look at. So we've currently got 3 colors on here. So we need 2 more colors. So I can't repeat colors. So this had better be a 5. For what it is worth. That actually finishes the allotment of colors for this row. So I can't add blue to this row. And so that is a 3, and that's a 2. And I can't add 7 to this row, so this is red. It is a 9, which makes that a 7, which makes it that color. Oh, no, I don't know if this is a 2 or a 3 yet. I don't think. Let's see. This row... I don't think there's a lot of options for what these can be. Let me write in what this can be. Let's see. So it could be 1. Oops, sorry. Could be 1. It can't be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it can be 7 or 8. So we have that. Let's see. Okay. Matt Laffey points out this 4 already sees 4 colors, none of which are orange. So therefore this cell is not orange. It is purple. Making that a 3. This now can't be a 3 because this column already has its repeats. So this is a 1. These can't be 1s anymore. So these are an authentic 7-8 pair. If you like. I think this is always a 1 for some strange reason. Yes. Okay, this is always a 1 because it sees both of these cells in really weird ways. If this is an 8, it forces both of these to be 7, but that's too many repeats in column 7. So this is a 1 via the mechanism of madness, which makes that a 3 up there. This is one of the other ones. Let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a 5 or an 8. But this 5 here, I think, is going to tell me that it is, in fact, an 8. It does, because my colors are yellow, blue, green, red, and I need another one. So the one I need is brown. So that is an 8. Okay, I don't have any more repeats to give in row 7, so this therefore is a 7 for whatever that is worth. I still don't have any repeats left to give in this row, so that's not a 9 at the very least. Let's see. These two are the same. I still know. Let's see. This column I've used all my repeats, so this is an 8. And I've used all my repeats, so this isn't purple. It's blue, which means it's a 6. There we go. And now that tells me that this is not blue. It is purple, which makes it a 3. And this row, indeed, now has a 6, so it can't have another 6. I just did the wrong color is what I did. This is supposed to be purple, so it's not blue. So it is a 3. Okay. Yeah, this row has enough repeats. Okay. Where is the thing? Row 3, column 8, diagonal clue. Okay, yeah, that is a good diagonal clue to look at. So currently, this sees, this 6 means all of these are distinct, which means that can't be 4 and that can't be 3. So this is, in fact, a 6. And that is, in fact, a 2. Which means if we fill in those, clear up our gray X that apparently we only used one of, and that is a 6. And I think that is the whole grid. Oh, no, it's not the whole grid, because we still got this cell. Poor row 6, column 2. How do I know what row 6, column 2 is? Oh, because of the 2. Right, because of the 2. Right, so it's not orange. Got it. Yep. So it is yellow, and this is also a 2. There we go. Very nice puzzle, AFK. If that is your worst puzzle on LMD, I think you are doing pretty well. I quite enjoyed that. I occasionally contemplate setting a sudoku, because I do think there would be a lot of fun things to do with it. That was very cool. Yeah, I quite enjoyed that version. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Last time we did a weirdo Naverio U-Bahn puzzle, so I kind of want to do another weirdo Naverio U-Bahn puzzle. This one's even weirder than the last weirdo Naverio U-Bahn puzzle that we did, but I think it will be enjoyable nonetheless. So if you've not encountered U-Bahn as a genre before, the rules of it are a bit, they're a lot like any loop puzzle, except that your loop can branch. Basically, that's the whole thing. Your loop can branch, but it cannot have dead ends. So, like, that would be a valid sort of thing for a U-Bahn at the end of the day, would be some shape like this. Note, it doesn't have to visit every cell. It can branch, it just can't have dead ends. But the clues in U-Bahn are these sort of puzzle piece clues, where it tells you how many of a piece that you use. So, for example, this is saying I used 2 straight line pieces, which in this case, weirdly, by coincidence, happens to be true. Note, it doesn't make any claims about these. So only if a clue is given does it say anything. So this is not the same as a 0. As you can see, there are zeros. So, like, in this case, this row would be wrong because of that. All right. Also in this puzzle, in addition to the sort of normal U-Bahn rules, we also have these sort of circle clues, which correspond to these roundabout clues. So we need to assign a numerical value to each of these things. So it's 0 for blank, 1 for turns, 2 for straights, 3 for branches, and 4 for crosses. So this will be 1. Let me just corner mark it. 1, 2, 3, 4. A number in a white circle indicates the sum of the values of the shape surrounding the 4 cells. So that is our U-Bahn thing. Okay, so we get to sort of figure out together all of the secrets of U-Bahn-ness. So, for example, is it possible, let's just ask ourselves, that we visit this? Because if we visit this, it has to be a corner. In which case, I'm just counting what would that sum be. That would be at least 1 plus at least, well, technically it could be 1, 1, 1, and then this one would have to be at least 3. So that would be, is that too many? That actually might be too many. So I think the minimum I can get if I visit this corner is 6. In fact, actually, let's do it in this corner first. That's probably easier. So down here, if I visit this cell, oh no, I could do 5. So I could do 5 if I did this and just didn't visit that cell. That would be exactly 5. I can't do any better than that, I don't think. Because as soon as I make either of these a corner, I also have to visit that cell. And I think at that point, it becomes problematic. But I think it's a lot easier to argue down here, where we have that, if I make this a corner, I now can only put corners here. So neither of these can be corners. And that doesn't work. By the way, the reason I'm saying I can't put 2 corners and do that is because this isolates the network. And the thing I did not say is that the loop network has to be connected. So the upshot of all of that is that this cell is definitely not visited by the loop network. Now, I think we could do 1, 3 and not visit another of these. So this cell definitely is visited by the loop network, because if this wasn't, I couldn't visit either of those. So this is visited by the loop network. Oh, actually, if I visit both of these, that's 2. I would need this to be a straight line. That doesn't work, actually. I can't visit both of these. Because if I visit both of these, then by math, 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4, but this would need to be a straight line, which does not work if both of these are corners. So in fact, one of these is unvisited, and that means that this actually is a 3 for what it's worth. I'm going to mark a 3 there just to correspond to our thing there. Just to say that. So that's one of our 3 ways in the row. Okay. Now, and that's the only T for the column. Okay, yeah. So I always debate whether I'm supposed to give things colors to indicate, oh, this is a T, so I'll give it the T color. But there aren't any more T's in this column that I haven't already marked. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight that to try and remind me of that. I did see, by the way, about the straight lines here in this row, which is very interesting. So let's try and do the same thing here. And then we're going to go for the big ones. So if I do visit this up here, now this can't be a straight line, and it can't be a turn either, right? If this were a turn, actually that works, right? 1 plus 1 plus 1. No, that's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 3. Sorry, yeah, if I do visit all of these, then I can't get to 5 because I would need to visit them with 3 1s and a 2. So I can't visit everything. If you go down, it works, actually. Yes, you can do that. Okay. Wait, no, that doesn't work because of this being a straight line. Turn, down, like that. Yeah, 1 1 1 2. Okay, yeah, that works. Okay, so I don't think we can quite force this. Now, if I did not visit this cell, then I'd be in big trouble. Because if I don't visit this cell, then these are both 1s at most, and this is a 4 at most. That doesn't get anywhere close. So I definitely visit this cell, and it's done. I can't add any additional things there. If I don't visit this cell, that doesn't work either, actually. Because if I don't visit this cell, then now these both become straight lines, and that's not enough, so I have to visit that cell. So I do have to visit all of these for what it's worth. Can this be a 4-way is my question. So if this is a 4-way, then that's still not even enough, right? I would have to make this 4 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2. Oh, but that doesn't work. Yeah, that doesn't actually work. I don't think this actually can be a 4-way, because... Oh, I could make one of these a 1 and one of them a 3. Never mind, that does work. But I guess what I know is this is minimum 2, because the maximum either of these can be is 3, and 3 plus 3 plus 1 is only 7. So this is a 2, 3, or 4 at the very least. I can say that. And now there's only one more 3 in this row, and that catches my eye. And likewise, there's only one 3 in this column. That's also very interesting. Nicholas points out 2 doesn't actually work, because if this is a 2, it's a straight line, which is going to force a straight line below it, and you're going to get 2 plus 2 plus 3 plus 1, which is only 8. And so 2 doesn't actually get you to enough. If this is a 3, that's going to mean neither of these can be a 3, and that's not going to work, right? Because of the interaction of these clues, and this basically means that if this is a 3, then these are going to each be at most 2, and 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 3 isn't enough. I hope 2 plus 2. Yeah, that doesn't work. So this does have to actually be a 4-way. Oh, I can get rid of the color behind it. I don't really need the number anymore. Okay, so that's 4 plus 1. So that's 5. So these two need to add to 4, and neither of them can be 2. So these two are going to be a 1-3 pair is what's going to happen at the end of the day. I don't think I know which one yet. I think we could do a very similar thing up here. If this cell's not visited, then this is going to be at most 1 plus 1 plus 4. That's only 6. So this cell's definitely going to be visited. And once it is visited, I know it looks like this. I should throw in some visitee cells. Let's see. I'm trying to occasionally remember to look at clues in other rows. I know there's 4 corners here. So I'm going to be 1 3-way in this column. Let's see. Yes, if this isn't visited, the 8 is 5. Matt Laffey comments from our earlier logic. And 5 and 8 are different numbers, which is a valuable and important point. So we've got that. And the max, the maximum, a different way I suppose to see that is the maximum that these can be is 3 plus 3 plus 1 is 7. So this needs to be at least a 1. Yeah, okay, yeah. The, per Selena, this segment can't only go down because there's a 0 in this clue. So if this only went down, it would break the 0. So it has to also go left for sure. For whatever that's worth. Let's see. This can't only go left, so it has to go at least up or down. Why can't it be 1 1 3 3? Oh, because 3 3 would break this. Oh Lord. Wait, would it? I don't think a 3 3 does break that because I could still have the 3 be there, right? Now I think what I probably can prove is that I need a 3 in here. Because if I don't use any 3s, then the most I could do is, 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. So this does need a 3. And so that's actually interesting. If the 3 is in one of these two cells, then that can't be a 3. Otherwise, the 3 is over there, in which case then all bets are off and I don't know what to say. I'm trying to make like some weirdo X-swing on 3s that doesn't quite work. But anyway, oh, let's see. Vish says this can't be a 1 because if this is a 1, those two sum to 2, and then we would need these to sum to 6. Which I could not do as like 3 3 here, for example. So I'd have to do it as 2 4, and 2 4 is not a valid combination. So yeah, so I agree this can't stay a corner. So if this is a corner, these need to sum to 6, and you can think through the two combinations are 3 3, which breaks that. 2 4, which is just not a valid combination to arrange the things, and 1 5 doesn't work because there are no 5s. So this actually has to extend down, finishing this as a T, marking that as visited. And likewise, Selena's point repeats, this can't only go down because of the, wait, sorry, no, sorry. No, it's the opposite, sorry. This can't only go left, so it does go down for sure. In this particular instance. How will we ever explain this to Casey? I don't know. Okay, so we've got that combination. Okay, so these now actually sum to 4. So these two need to sum to 4. And so they're either a 1 and a 3 or a 2 and a 2. 2 and 2 doesn't work because there are no 2s in this row. So both of these are 1 or 3. And one of them is a 3, which means this isn't a 3. Because if you look down here, if one of these is a 3, that one can't be a 3 because of the column clue. So this one is a 1, which means it just is done. And this one is the 3, which means that it is going to come out like that. And now that is green. That is blue. I can get rid of the center marks over here, and we have our 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1. That doesn't sound right. I have screwed this up. How did I screw up adding these numbers? Oh, no, sorry. It's not 3 plus 3. It's 4 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1. There we go. Okay, got it. Yeah, this is sort of virtually handled, if you want. Okay, there are 2 straight lines in this row. We don't know anything about it yet. There's 5 corners and 2 T's in this row. So we know where the 2 T's are in this row, at least up to that purposes. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so this cell is actually quite constrained because by the column it's not a 4, and by the row it's not a 3. So this is only a 0, 1, or 2. Is there any universe? Okay, and this one's not a 4. Actually, neither of these is 4. So these are 0, 1, 2, 3. And this one is, again, this one's 0, 1, 2, 4. If this isn't a 4, is there any way this works? Because then I would be capped at 3, 3, 3, 3, 1, 1 would work. I believe, if this is not a 4, but it would be forced. If this isn't visited, it could be 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. That's right. If this isn't visited, can this really be 2, 3, 3? I think that's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with that immediately. It would be a very specific 2, 3, 3. Right. Okay, yeah. So this column, sorry, this row, per Martin, we have 2 T's in it. And T's, remember, are either the end of a horizontal string of track or they're not. If they are the end of a horizontal track, then they're vertical, which means it looks something like that. And so we can do that. And if they're horizontal, then they just are sort of piece of a horizontal track. And every piece of horizontal track has 2 ends. And the only possible ends are corners and T's. And so there needs to be an even number of corners plus vertical T's. Well, there's 1 vertical T here. If this were a vertical T, that would be an odd number total. So there we go. So this needs to be horizontal as a T. In fact, actually, spoiler, this is going to be over here. We can go ahead and mark that is going to look like that. Okay, and so now this is going to be a 1 and a 3, so this is unvisited. And so I know what this 3 actually is. It's actually that 3 specifically. So we can go ahead and do, that. Go ahead and mark that there like that. Oh, I don't even really want the center mark here anymore. Okay, and that is definitely my 2 T's are even completely in the grid. I don't have to worry at all about that. There's a lot of zeros in this puzzle. Let's see. The 2 straight lines is really kind of interesting, because if this is a straight line, this is a straight line, and that's both of the straight lines that are in this row. Yeah, this column has no 3s. Okay, I'm going to mark this up horribly, and we're going to try and do Martin's point. This column has no more 3s. Of course, you can't put a 4 in the corners. In fact, actually, this can only be a 0 or a 1, actually. There are no 2s in this row. If this is a 4, that definitely doesn't work. So this is only a 0 or a 1. If it's a 0, there's an... Oh, if it's a 0, it doesn't work, because if there's a 0, it forces this to be a 2. So this has to be a 1, for what it's worth. So yeah, so that has to be a 1. Let's see. So if that's a 1, now, if this is not a 3, let's see, if this isn't a 3, then the maximum sum of these is 3. With this being a corner, that being a corner, that being a corner. This somehow being a 2. Row 2, column 1 can't be a 3. Let's see, if this is a 3, right. So yeah, if this is a 3, I now have a 1, and a 3, except I'm obligated to visit this cell. So this is never a 3. And so now the only way that works is 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2. So we actually can sort of fill in our centers. And so we can fill this in. That's a 2. Oops, sorry, that's a 2. So it has to look like that. It's a 1, so it has to look like that. And this is a 1, so it has to look like that. And these are now all done. Okay. Okay, that's one of my 2 straight lines up here. There are no corners in this column, so this can't go only down. It also goes right. There are no corners, but it could... Oh, no, it can't T either. Okay. So this has to go down, because if it doesn't go down, then it's a corner or a T, and it can be neither by the combination of the row and the column, which is a little complicated, but we'll go with it. I don't think I know this is a straight. I think this could still be a T, David. unless I am mistaken, which is always a possibility. Let's see. I don't know anything really about this. I know there's only one T in this column. Okay. So this is not a corner or a T, points out Selena. So we can actually force what this has to be. So yeah. So this is not a 1. It's not a 2. Sorry, it's not a 1 and it's not a 3. So this is a 2 or a 4 only. 411 seems possible. 2 is maybe trickier, but I'm not quite sure. In all cases, though, this definitely goes here, at the very least. Oh, this cell's unvisited due to the column clue. That is good. Per Garian. And so this isn't a 4. It is a 2. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I keep... well, I know why I keep doing that, but it's not a useful reflex from Sudoku because I'm not actually trying to keep the numbers around once I've done it. I mean, I guess technically this one I kind of want to keep around because it's part of a sum to 6. This being a 4 doesn't work anymore. Because if this were a 4, I would need to not visit that cell, which does not work. So this is at most a 3. However, it's not a 3 because of the row. So this is only a 1 or a 2. Because of that. I do have one of my 2 2s for this row. Sorry, no, that's not this row. There's some row with 2 2s that I keep looking at, but it's not this one. Let's see. This row has no 4s. Of course, neither of these things is a 4. One of them could maybe be a 3. I think if this were visited, it would be a 3. Let's see. I still do need my 2 straight segments down here. And I'm running out of space. So I think the upshot of the fact that I need 2 straight segments here is that I need to visit this cell. Because if this cell's unvisited, I could never get 2 straight segments down here. And I think this actually needs to connect left and right? If this doesn't connect left, then I can only get 1 straight. And if it doesn't connect right, then I can only get 1 straight. So this always connects left and right, but it could be a T. So we get these. Let's see, we have 4 corners in this column. We have 2 T's in this column. 0 4 ways, 2 T's in this column. Row 9, column 4 is not a 2. Let's see, if this is a 2, then I'd need... Well, I couldn't have another 2. So if this is a 2, I'd need 2 1s, which would go corner, corner, and that doesn't work because this isn't a 1. Yeah, so the arithmetic that Nicholas has done is to note that this cell is either a 0 or a 2 or a 3. However, it's not a 1. So if this is a 2, then I can't make this a 2 And so when I can't make it a 1 either. So this always is a 1. So we can mark that. And so in particular, it does not extend that way, which does tell me that's not a 4. So that's interesting now. Let's see. So now... yeah, maybe this could be all 2s. It's possible it could be all 2s. This isn't a 3. If it was a 3, it would have to be that 3. Is there a clue that looks at this that I'm not seeing or something? It looked to me like that looked okay, but maybe I'm missing something, which is very possible. Oh, right. Can't connect to green cells, right. So yeah, if this were a 3, it could connect neither there nor there, which is a problem with it being a 3, right, okay. Yes, that is how being a green cell works. I looked at those separately, but not together. Yeah, okay, so now if this is a 2, I need this to be a 1. So this is in regardless, is consequence number 1, because whether this is a 0 or a 2, this is always in. So if this is a 2, it makes this a 1. And if this is a 0, it makes this a 3. So yeah, so this is always a 1 or a 3. Okay, and do I know anything about where it connects? I don't think I do. Let's see, David thinks it always connects right. Yes, these both need to be visited because the maximum sum of these is 4. Vish points out. I agree with that. So those are both visited. Okay, if this is a 2, I know it's vertical, for whatever that's worth. Doesn't immediately seem like it tells me a lot, but, you know. This 10 is kind of interesting. Like, is it possible that there's a cell in the 10 that's not visited? If so, it would have to be a 3, and a 4 that made it work to get to 10, or a 4, and a 2, maybe? But these aren't 4s. So, and there's only 2 3s in this column. Oh yeah, if I use 2 4s, then I always visit everything. So if I use only 1 4, then yeah, I could do 4 3 3. And I don't think there's anything wrong with 4 3 3 immediately. Let's see. I think this can't be all 2s anymore, can it? Because if this is now trying to be all 2s, which way do those 2s go? And the problem is they would have to go vertically, because this one, remember, if this is a 2, it goes vertically. And so they would all have to go vertically, and then row 10 breaks. That was what I was seeing. I agree, Nicholas. Okay. So that means one of these is a 3, for whatever it's worth. I don't know that it tells me very much, but one of these is a 3. Let's see. Or both. They could both be 3s, right? I don't really know anything about anything. I wonder if I'm supposed to do math on the sum of these cells. That feels like a Navario step. Like, I could ask myself, like, what is the absolute maximum that these cells could sum to, given that I know how many 3s and how many 4s there are? And so, what is the maximum? It would be 2 4s, 4 3s. So 4 3s is 12. Plus 2 4s is 20. And so I would need to still get to 4 more than that. But let's see. How many cells have I used? I've used half of them at that point, right? So I've used 2 of those. I think this is the point, but I think I'm looking at it in the wrong place or in the wrong way, or I don't quite know enough yet. But I do think we're pretty close to having to use... Actually, so can I possibly use any 4s on the 6? I couldn't, so I can't put a 4 either there or there by clue. A 4 is going to force 2 1s, so I can't put a 4 there either. So if I put a 4... Oh, no. I can't put a 4 here either, because if I put a 4 there, it's still going to force a corner. Okay, so there are no 4s on the 6. So maybe the question is, does there have to be a 4 on the 10? Or can we possibly make this work without a 4 on the 10? So because the 10 is the only place that can eat 4s. So we would get, again, 12 from the 3s. And then we could have... after we had 12 from the 3s, we could get, say, some number of 2s. No, that doesn't work because you need 7 3s. So, or sorry, you need 7 2s. So think about it this way. If I use no 4s and I'm going to a sum of 24, wait, am I... Oh, sorry, no, I'm going to a sum of 24. So I would need 6 2s. Never mind. So 4 3s and 6 2s would do it. I mismathed it again. I feel like this is the right thing to be doing, but I am not doing it spectacularly well. Like, I really feel like, yeah, if there's not a 4 here, then I'm going to really run into issues, but maybe not. Maybe there's some... or maybe I'm supposed to make more headway on what I could do with a 6 first. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay. Let me try and think about other things, and then I will come back to trying to, again, do math. Let's see. Yeah, one of these is a 3 and one of them is a 1. So that going to tell me anything? Because I know I get at most 1 more straight line up here. Let's see. Okay. No four ways. Is it hard to get 5 ones into this row? Because we've got one there. Yeah, 5 of the 6 cells that could be ones in this row have to be ones. So it is true, one of these two has to be a 1 per Nicholas, because there are 5 of them in the row, and I've currently only got 1 of them. So 4 of these 5 cells need to be ones. Which definitely means I need a horizontal segment in both of these, right? Because if I don't have, oh no, yeah, this needs to be visited, because if that wasn't visited, then sorry, this needs to be visited, because if this isn't visited, that isn't visited, and I can't get anywhere near enough things. I can remove the 0 from the blue cell. That's true. Oh, knowing that one of these has to be 1. Why can't I do 3, 3? Oh, right. One of them has to be 1. Right. Because if I wanted to make this a 0, it would have to be 3, 3, 2. That's the only possibility. But I just proved it can't be 3, 3, 2 because it would break the row. So this is not a 0. It is in. Okay. So we've got that. So if this is a 2, it's vertical. Right. These aren't 0 either. That's true. For what it's worth, I do know that this is a 2 or a 3. Which is maybe worth thinking about when we go back to thinking about the math in this column again. 3331 doesn't add to 8. 3311, I think, is what David meant. Okay. Interesting. I mean, I don't feel like I'm case checking at the moment, for what it's worth. I haven't felt like I've been case checking. I feel like I've been sort of like experimenting with how math works, but I haven't felt like I've been doing thing. I did see Garian interested in something about a 4-way in row 2. Because in row 2, we need 2 4-ways, and they can't be there. have I proved you can't put the 4-way on this 6? I think I did, right? Because if you put a 4-way on this 6, then you always break this 0. So in fact, I know neither of those is a 4-way. So we're either like double 4ing over here, double 4ing. Well, we can't double 4 on the 7. There we go. Okay. 4 plus 4 is more than 7. So I only have at most 1 4 here, which means one of these two is a 4. And whichever of them is a 4, it does mean they're both in the network. Oh, right. And that one's just not a 4-way because of that. So that one is the 4-way. Okay, so we've got something. Okay, and if that's not a 4-way, that means one of these is a 4-way. Which means my 7 has a 4-way on it. So it's got to be either 421 or 4111. But it's not 4111 because there's no ones down here. So these can't both be visited, because if they were both visited, that would sum to too many. But these are both visited, of course, because they're both sides of a 4. Yeah, these aren't both visited. Let's see. Okay, so... And one of these has to be visited, and whichever of them is visited, it's a 2. So it is 421. So there's a 2 down here, because I know one of them's visited and it can't be a 1. And so these are a 1-4 pair, is what I have learned, in order to make math work. Let's see. Yeah, these are a 0-2 pair. That is a perfectly reasonable way to do it. Right. Both of them have segments up, Garion points out, because the thing that goes down is the 4-way, and the 4-way, of course, also goes up. But because the 4-way goes down, the corner can't go down, and so both of these actually always do that, which is slightly convenient, I suppose. At least in theory. Yeah, there's never a horizontal crossing here for sure. Right. So the horizontal... Oh, wait, no, sorry. The thing goes down, right? Yeah, we can sort of X all of those because of that. This is not a 1 by the column, and it's certainly not a 2, so this is just a naked 3. I agree. So those two both become green. That becomes bluish. And with that, now thinking about where the straight lines are going in row 1 becomes quite tempting, because we have... Oh, so far, sorry. We have one of them. We can put 1 here or 1 in one of these 2 cells. Maybe it's not quite... we have a bizarre, like, this is 1 or 3, and this is 1 or 3 kind of thing going on, but I don't... Maybe they're both 1. Oh, right. This isn't a 2, because 2 isn't 1 of 1 or 3. Yeah, neither of these things is ever going to be a 2. I don't know why in my brain I was doing that. So yeah, so I've got to put one more 2 somewhere. The 2 is in one of these 2 cells, therefore, and so therefore these are both in, and they are connected like that. For whatever that is worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, Yeah, one of these is a 2. I can just corner mark that. Okay. Do I need to min-max these again now, knowing that I've got a 2, 3 down here and a 2 up there? No, that's not going to help because I don't know anything about the 2s in this column. It's not going to help at all. It would help if I knew there was a 3, but I don't think I know there's a 3, right? This could be a 1-2 pair, unfortunately. If it becomes a 2-3 pair, then it puts more what you call it on the thingy thing. Oh, there's no corners in this column. Oh, so this doesn't go only down. So this has at least 2 more edges. But I don't know anything like that. It's not a T or something like that. Yeah, right. Sorry. It could not go down and then be a T horizontally. And I think that would force this to be a 4-way for what it's worth. Oh, that doesn't work. Right. This cell's unvisited. That's the thing I'm supposed to notice. This is a 0. So this cell's unvisited. There we go. There's the easy way to do this. This cell's not a 3-way because we've got all the 3-ways in the column. So this cell is not a corner, so it doesn't go only right, so it always goes down. There we go. So I think that was the whole, like, point of stuff that I was supposed to see, or at least some of the point of the stuff I was supposed to see. Let's see. Yeah, I unfortunately don't think I can use that, like, gray magic anywhere else at the moment. But it was useful there. This can't go only left or only right, but this one I think could go left, right, and I think that would be okay. It's worth noting neither of these are 1s either. Let's see. Maybe I should mark this. So this one's not... This one's not a 4, and it's not a 1. So this is 0, 2, or 3. If it were 3, it would look exactly like that. Right. If this is a 3, it has to look exactly like that. At which point it would become 3, 1, 1, 1, except this can't be a 1. So yeah, so no 3 there. So this is a 0 or a 2. Is this being a 0 really possible? Ah, right. I know one of those is a 2. I know that's a 2. So I guess that means I know this isn't a 2. I don't know how useful that is, but I know this isn't a 2. And it's not a 1 either. Ah, so this is a 3 or a 4. That's good to know. Because if this is a 2, it forces that to be a 2, and that's too many 2s in the row. So if this is a 3 or a 4, are there any directions that I know? That's a good spot. Okay, so Martin points out, yeah, I was looking at this. This cell is a naked empty because if it's full, uh, yeah. So the point here is the same as over here. This can't be a 2 because if this is a 2, it makes that a 2, and that's too many 2s. And it also can't be a 1, and it also can't be a 3 owing to this, and it can't be a 4-way. So this is just nothing, which means this is a 2. Still 1 or 3. Okay, so now we've got our 1, 2. That's our 3 2s. So now this is a 0, actually, which surprises me. It's not what I was expecting. And this is a 3 now, because it can't be a 2. We've already got all of our 2s. There we go. Okay. Yeah, right. I've already argued I can't put a 4 anywhere on here. I don't know that I'm sure that this can't be 3, 3. I am sure that this can't be 3, 3. So yeah, if this is blank, then these would have to be 3, 3, and it would ruin my 2 corner mark. So this is not blank. It's in. If this were blank, I think this could be 3, 3, and it might be okay. Okay, what digits can this be, I guess, is the question. So I think it could be out. I think it can be 1. It can't be 2 by the row. I think it can be 3, and it can't be 4. So this is 0, 1, or 3. If it is 0, these are double 3. But that looks okay. I mean, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the sums in the column, but what are you going to do? Oh, row 3, column 5, I'm being told has a clue. Right. This is not... Okay, so this cell is definitely not a turn. So it's at least 2. So this can only be... Oh, sorry. No, it's not. It's not a turn, and it's not... Right. Okay, so this cell, right, this cell is neither a 1 nor a 2, because I did actually... I kind of finished the 2. But I finished the 1. So this is not 1 or 2. And so this has got to be a 3 or a 4, and it's definitely not a 4. So it's definitely a 3, and we know what the 3 looks like. There we go. So that is visited. Okay, so we've got that this is a 3. And so this can also be a 3. Or... Okay, so this can't also be a 3. That won't work anymore. So this is a 0 or a 1. Those are the only options for this cell. Right. But this cell also, if you look at it, it also can't be a 2. So this is 0, 1, 3. But 0 or 1 are not enough if you look at it. These sum to at most 4, so this needs to be at least a 2. So the only thing it can be is 3, at which point this needs to be out, is the point. Okay. So the thing I thought I was trying to disprove is actually the thing that turns out to be true, which is that these are the only cells visited here, and that is done. This is now a 2 and is done. Oops. Is a done 2. This can't be a 2. So this is a T by our magics. Uh-oh, I've broken it. Because now I've got 3 T's in this column. Oh, sorry. No. It can be a corner. I was saying this can't be I don't even know. Who knows? Okay. Anyway, this can't be a T because we have all the T's. So that goes like that. We've got all the T's in this column. So in particular, this is not a 3 anymore. So that means this at least isn't a 1 anymore. And as previously noted down here on the 8, this can't be all 2s without breaking row 10. So this, in fact, this is the 3. Sorry, I'll make that 3 in the center rather than whatever. This is a 3. Let's see. Oh, row 1, column 4 is done because it's thing, yeah. Okay, and so, yeah, we've got our 2 straight lines. Right, we know which of these is the 4. Now, Ilm points out, so now this one has to be the 4. This one is the 1, which means this is the one that's not in at all. This is the one that's the 2. So that's done. That's done. These are both done. You can clean out the pencil marks from these. I can clean out some more pencil marks from these. So we've got all of that figured out. I've got my 2 straight lines here. So this is not... Oh, I guess I already knew this wasn't a straight line. Oh, this isn't a 1 anymore, so this is the 3 if you look at it now. So this is the 3, and that's the 1. So these are both done. And so now this can only be a corner, and so now these are done. Okay. There are only 2 corners in this column. We know where one of them is. There are 4 corners in this column. We know where one of them is. Okay, I know there's a 3-way here. Right. Remember, we needed one of these at least to be a 1. Oh, and I can't have 2 1s anymore, because 1, 1, 3 would require another 3. And somehow I learned that this can't be a 3. Right, I learned this can't be a 3 because of that. So these are a 1, 2 pair, which means everything else in the row is a 1. Because of our previous note, which means that we know there's a connection here, because this is a 1. And so now, oh yeah, one of these is a 2, but I don't know which one. And so that tells me what this is. Namely, these are a 1-2 pair, we said, so those sum to 6. So this is a 1. Or sorry, so this is a 2. I can say numbers, I swear. So 1 is in, it goes up or down. Let's see, this goes horizontally or vertically. Let's see. Right. We've virtually exhausted. This is Garian's point. Our ones in the column, because this is going to be a 1. So we've got 2 of them already. So this is going to have to be a T, or well, sorry, it doesn't have to be a T, but it at least has to do that. Which means that this cell is done, and now this cell is done, owing to our previous endeavorage. So that is, so now we've only got 1 more turn in this column, actually. So if this is a 2, these are double 1, but I don't think there's anything immediately wrong with that. I do know that one of these has to turn up. Row 9, column 6 turns down. We'd have to put a straight here and a straight here. But in that version, right, because whichever of these is the 2, the point is it's a vertical 2. The 2 that's here is definitely... Oh, sorry, no, this one doesn't have to be vertical. If this is a 2, though, it is vertical. Because of the line. If this is a 2, it could be horizontal. So the point is, what Garian is saying is, therefore, if I make this connection, I also make this connection, and I break row 10. So I can't ever make that connection, at least, which has indeed made this for sure a 2. Oh, sorry, we can just clear out that. It's made that a 2 for sure. Is that true, Nicholas? It looks okay in my head. This could be 2, 2, 1, 3. Oh, no. Sorry, these can't both be 2 at once. That's the point. Well, this can be... Right. Okay, yeah. So I think Nicholas is right about how this 3 interacts with the 2s. So if this is a 2, it's horizontal, in which case this 2 has to be horizontal as well. I'm trying to find the elegant way to say this. I agree with Nicholas, though, I think. Let's see. Selena says column 2 and column 9 are corners because we found one line. Column 2 and column 9 of what? So the two possibilities are this connects to both of these, or this doesn't connect to both of them. Really trying to make Nicholas's point into some nice way of saying this, but I haven't found it yet. I understand, Nicholas, but it's I don't like the proof it's too look-aheady, and I'm trying to come up with a way to say it that's not look-aheady. I think there is one, but I can't find it yet. Let's see. There are only 2 2s in this row, and that is a 2. Okay, so yeah, so this cell, right? Okay, so I think this was Selena's point: is this can't only go up, because if this only goes up, then I create an extra 2, and that would be 2 2. So basically, this can't be a 2. Because it would make an extra 2, and then this couldn't be a 2. So neither of these things can be 2s. So they're 1 3s or 4s. This 3s in this column, though, are done. So this one is not a 3, because that's the only 3. And it's not a 4 by the row, actually, if you look at this one. And this one's not a 3 or 4 either by that combination. So this is also a 1. And so neither of these goes up. Okay. So let's see. And this row we know has exactly 2 2s again. Yes. Okay. So now if this is a 2, now it creates that as a 2 is the point. Because if this is a 2, now that I know this is a 1, it makes that be a 2 as well. So this can't be a 2. This is just omitted. Oh, I don't know how that ever got shaded over there, but whatever. Okay, and so now this has to be a 3 because otherwise we're not summing to enough. So we end up with that. We can blue that, and actually we can green both of those, which now means that's out as well. I think now these are all done, so we can yoink them out. Oh, I know what the 2 looks like. Like that. Okay, and so now if the 2 looks like this, now this can't be a 2 anymore. This is now a 1, and we know what 1 it is. In fact, just because of the things next to it, it's always this. So we get that is green, and that is green as well. Now, as previously noted, this needs to be a 2 because if it's not, I don't get 2 2s in the row. So that is a 2, and it looks like that. And now my 3 up here looks like that. And now I can get rid of those center marks because now all of that is done. Okay, this row needed 2 straights, and it's got to be these 2. So now this 1, I know what it looks like. It now looks like that. And so we can get rid of that. Hopefully now there are 5 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are. Hooray. There are my 2 straight lines down here. Hooray. This is a 1, and we know what way it goes now. So that is done. Okay, and yeah, got 1 straight line here. Okay, so yeah, this I know is a 1. So this cell just can't be a straight line, right? Is the point. It can't be horizontal or vertical. Actually, no, it could be horizontal. Oh, I see. This can't turn right, is the weird deduction, because I need one of these 2 to be a straight line. And funnily enough, if this is the straight line, this turns left, and if this is the straight line, this turns left. Bizarro world. Okay, so that is that corner. Horizontal does the Garian thing. I don't think I know what the Garian thing is in this context. This can't be a corner, though, because there's all the corners already in this column. So this needs to grow. In fact, this I know is a 3. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but it is a 3. Oh, right. This has become a straight line just because what else is it going to be, right? Right. I see. Okay. So yeah, this is done. Oops. Uh-oh, did I cheat? I had previously marked that this was a 1 for some reason. Oh yeah, it definitely can't be a 3 at the very least. So I think I get that, which finishes those 2 clues. Okay, now this can't go only down, so it goes left. And this can't go only up, so it goes left. What a sad movie. So we get those. Looking like that. Yes, so this has to go up because now we do have all of our straight lines in this row via the world of weirdness. So this definitely goes up regardless of anything else that happens. So should I now try and force the 10 now that I know what has happened with everything else? So I've used 1, 3 here. So I have at maximum 1, 3 and 0 4s here. So these sum to at most 5. Whereas here I have no 3s. And so if I use no 4s either, these would sum to at most 4. So I do know that one of these is a 4 by the argument that I basically was trying to make from the beginning. One of these is a 4. So they're both in. We get this. I'm going to go ahead and style a 4 there. Because of that, let's see. I know there's 2 3-ways in this row. The fact that there are 0 1s is very interesting for this 4 in this row. And in fact, there's a maximum of 1 1 in this row. So there's a maximum of 1 1 on this 4, which means there's either 2 2s or a 3 and a 1. I don't think I know which yet. Although if there's a 3, I know the 3 is in this column. Let's see. Yeah, so this is 1 or 3, funnily enough. This could be the second 4 in this column, for what it's worth. What do I know about x's? Hopefully the x's here are done. They are. Good. Hopefully my straight lines here are done. They are. That I'm not particularly close to. This I'm not particularly close to. This cell super is not a T, so this is a straight line or a corner, for whatever that is worth. It doesn't feel like it's worth a lot. Okay, this cell is a 1 or a 2, just by things that look at it. So in particular, it's not one of the 3s that I'm missing in this column, or I guess I'm only missing 1 3 in this column. This is not a T. There we go. That's the easy thing to grab. This is not a T because of the row. So that's that. And so if this was anything, it would be that. Thank you, David. So that is nothing. So we get that. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back. Let's see. Okay, so we were doing something. What is this? Ubon. Okay. So let's see. I was just thinking, were any of you around for that time that Tristan like snuck into the studio back when I had a curtain and jumped out at me from behind it? Uh, I was just thinking about that for whatever reason. Uh, let's see. So I'm really surprised actually that the point wasn't some sort of min-max math in this pair of columns. I'm very surprised that wasn't the break into the puzzle, but now Naverio is going to make a sequel with that being the break-in or something. Let's see. Can't be 2 4s. Why can't it be 4-4-1-1? Ah, because there's no 1 over here. Got it. Yep. This clue, this 0 clue has really been the MVP of this puzzle. You've got to admit. You've got to hand it to this 0 clue. So this can't be 4-4-1-1. So it's got exactly 1 4 on it. And yeah, 4-4-2 is obviously not going to work. And 4-3-3 doesn't work because... Oh, because there's only 1 3 left, right. Right, so we're saying basically I need the remaining 3 up here is the point. So this column's got 1 3. I need 1 more. If I don't use a 3 here, then now suddenly my max is broken, I think. I think 4-2-2-2 just doesn't work in terms of geometry. Because 4-2-2-2, you'd have a 4 somewhere, you'd have 2 2s pointing in opposite directions, and this could never be a 2. So yeah, that's sort of the cute thing sort of underlies. So I do need a 3. So there is a 3 in one of these. And yeah, there's not enough 3s for 4-3-3. So it's got to be 4-3-2-1, which means that yeah, these have to be in at the very least. And the 1 is up here, which I guess I'm trying to sort of... Okay, so this is a 1 or a 4. Oh, I was trying to say something which I don't know. Does that mean the 2 has to go down here? I want to say it means the 2 has to go down here. Yeah, if the 1 is here, the 4 is here. No, maybe it doesn't mean that. I think the 2 could be over here. I don't think the 2 can be here, at the very least. Oh, maybe it even can, actually. Yeah, I am not 100% sure. Okay. Yeah, there are no 1s on the 4. Because if there were, keep in mind there's no 1s down here. And something like... Could I do a 1-1-2? No, there's only one. There's only at most one. Oh, no, there's zero. Oh, never mind. Sorry. It's not that there's geometrically no ones. It's that we've got the one up here. Got it. Okay, so there's no ones on the 4. There's certainly no 4s on the 4. So these are certainly from 0 to 3. Well, 3's not going to work. So I've got to have 2 2s is all that I have on my 4 in order to make this work. So it's either going to go vertically or horizontally or something. Sadly, I seem to have 0 clues about 2s that look at the 4. Which is a little bit unfortunate. It does mean that we never cross these boundaries, and we never cross that boundary. Because the 2s sort of go straight through. Oh wait, sorry. Maybe I think I got overexcited. I think the 2 could go horizontally. If it went like that. Sorry. I was thinking that they were going to be like parallel 2s, but they're not going to be parallel 2s. Oh, do I know where these 4 are now? I think I know where those 4 are now. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's only one more. So I do still have some options for where they are, unfortunately. Let's see. Oh, right. This can't be a 3. So this number is a 1 or a 2. It's worth reminding myself of. Oh, right. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. There's no corners left in this row, so this just can't be in. Got it. Okay, so this is a corner. Thank you, Selena. I know several other people tried to get me to see it, but I did not understand the point, but now I got the point. Okay, so we can't go horizontally at all, because either way we go horizontally into this, it's going to break. So those are both going to be forbidden. So we have to go vertically. What do you see that I don't see about what happens if I do this? It's going to require a T, isn't it? No? Okay, this cell, what can this cell be? This cell's not a 3 or a 4, so this is a 1 or a 2, just for the record. This cell is a 1 or a 2, just for the record. Let's see. Yeah, there are no 1s on the 8, so the 8 can certainly be all 2s. Would be a natural way to do the 8. There aren't any 3s on the 8 in this column, at least. Does that just mean there's no 4s on it? No, it could be 422. 422 would work. Uh, uh, overload the L's. Ah, if these are double gray. Wait, is that a problem? So I do only have one more corner in this column. But that doesn't seem like a problem yet to me. I know there's no corners in this column left. Uh, 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 I'm still trying to make sense of what Selena is claiming here. Oh, I see. Okay, I do see it. You put two, right. So I will show it to you because I've been trying to visualize this for forever. If I put the column, the two twos here, note these are both marked as 1 or 2, so they are not 3s. And so in particular, that will make these two dead. And now these two will be corners, except now that's 5 corners in a column that's only supposed to have 4. That is very complicated. But it does mean that it doesn't go vertically here, so it goes vertically here instead, which will kill those two, unkill those. And in fact, these are not just marked, they're done. This continues over here. That is done. This continues over here. And this is done. I've had very poor luck with trying to solve Woofer's U-bonds, I admit. I would like to be able to solve them, but I have not. I have not succeeded very well. It's sort of weird that I've solved like 5 more KNT U-bonds than I have Woofer U-bonds, but even like Woofer's 2 and 3-star U-bonds I find to be basically impossible. Column 8 needs its 4th corner. Let's see. Aha. Yes. So this has to be a corner because we still need one more, which is a shame because Woofer wrote the guide that is the way that I actually solve things. Now this is marked as a T, so it is a T. It's like the guide was incredibly helpful. Let's see. Oh, this can't be a T, so it has to be a 4-way. Okay, we still need 2 T's in this row. That's all the information I get. There are no more T's. This is not a corner, and it's not a T. So this is a 4-way. Because it's not a corner by the column. It's not a T by the row. So it is a 4-way. Okay, so this isn't a 2 anymore, so therefore it's a 1. Let's see. My 2's in the row. I still need 2 more 2's in the row, and that did not get the privilege of being one of them. Yeah, I know one of those 2 is a 3. I guess I could actually mark what the candidates for this are, because it's not a 1 or a 4. This is only ever a 2 or a 3. Yeah, this cell can't go only left, is Selena's point. So it goes up. Now, this cell also can't go only left because remember the 1 is over here, so this goes up. And now looking at this cell, this could be a T or an L. I don't know. If this is a 3, I know what 3 it is. And if this is a 2, I know what 2 it is. And both of them share this in common. Is a worthwhile thing to mark for myself. So that actually does make this a T. Oh, right. This can't be a 1 by the column. Thank you. So therefore it is a T. Like that. This is certainly done now that it's a 4-way. That's 1 3-way for the column. Okay, so the only question is whether this goes up or not. Let's see. Matt Laffey says this is not a 1, and it's not a 3, so this is only 2 or 4, and it's definitely not a 2, so this can only be a 4. So we get that. You are done. You are both marked. Okay, this is now just a corner, so this is just going to tuck in over there and be done. Okay, this isn't a corner. Let's see. Yeah, row 7 does need 3 straights. It currently has 1. Which is quite alarming. So 2 of these 3 cells are straights. If this isn't in, then this can't be a straight either, and I just don't have room. So this at least is in. In fact, at most one of these 2 is a straight. If you look at it, because this one, if it's a straight, it goes horizontally. This one, if it's a straight, it goes vertically. So they can't both be straights, which means that this one definitely is a straight and has to go horizontally, if you look at it. So that one's done. I think Selena is about to tell me I did that in a way that was more complicated than I strictly needed it to be. Okay. Let's see. This row is T-less. That's right. So I should probably go ahead and green that. That's my second 4-way in this column. So now I get that this really is a 3, so it's been done the whole time. We just didn't know it yet. This isn't a corner. So this is a 3. This is just a naked 3. I don't know which 3 it is, but I know that it is a 3 because it's not a 1 or a 4. Let's see. This isn't a T. It's super not a T. So it's either a 1 or a 2. Seems okay to me either way. Yeah, the 8 hasn't been able to have 1s on it for a while. But yeah, the 8 definitely doesn't have 1s, so it's 0, 2, 3, 4. Now I know that, let's see, do I have anything else? These can't be 3s either. At the very least. If there are no 4s anywhere, then does it all have to be 2s? I'm not sure. This cell can't be out, is Matt Laffey's point. Because if this cell was out, then this wouldn't be a line, and I would have too few lines. Because, again, one of these two is a line, and whichever one it is, this cell's in. Let's see. Trying to decide if I know anything about this configuration, as this has sort of gotten very cramped over here. I know this isn't a 3. Because I know one of those two is a 3, and that's a 3. So I do know this is a 1 or a 2, for whatever it's worth. And I know this isn't a 3 either. So this is a 1, a 2, or a 4. Oh, I do already have the 4 on the 10 clue. That's a good point. So that's not a 4-way. So this is only a 1 or a 2. Okay, these can't be T's. That can't be a T. That can't be a T. So one of these two is a T. Is Joao's point. It's this one that's the T. I don't think I learn much, because I don't think I know a direction it even has to go. If this one's the T, of course, I know exactly what it looks like. But I don't know that it insta-breaks. Oh, I hope this row is done. If not, we've got serious problems. Let's see. Yeah, I have my 3 straight lines, so it's either there. Do I know it's not 2 horizontal lines? Let's see. Do I know anything about this cell? I know it's not a 1. So if this is in, it has the whole vertical segment in it. So this is 0 to 3. This one's not a 3, and it's not a 0. So this one's only a 1 or a 2. I've looked at this clue lots of times. It's just that this can be the 3 or not be the 3, so it's never done anything. Yeah, there's 1 turn, and it's definitely over here. So this isn't a 1. So this is 2 or 3 or 0. And this is, of course, just 0 or 1. So the... Oh, no. Sorry. This could still be a 3. So the point is if the 8 can't be 2 vertical lines, and if the 8 is 2 horizontal lines, it gets me 2 3s. That's the only step that I don't like so far. But I agree. It doesn't work. So I definitely need a 3 or a 4. In order to make this happen. Oh, by the way, I know this cell isn't 4. Are there any other cells I just instantly know aren't 4? I don't think so. Well, you don't know that. You only know there's an odd number of exits, Naverio. Because corners also exit into it, and there are some unspecified number of corners. So yeah, so there's definitely a 0, because the only way there was going to be no 0 was going to be 2, 2, 2, 2. So yeah, so there's definitely a 0 for whatever it's worth. And so if there's a 0, then we could do 3, 3, 2 or 4, 2, 2. Well, we can't do 3, 3, 2 because there's only one spot that could be a 3. So, and certainly you can't do 4, 4. So we have to do 4, 2, 2 is the point. And so this can't actually be a 3. I think that is the upshot of all of this. Uh, uh, oh, sorry, there could be 2 3s. Sorry, never mind. Sorry, there are 2 spots. When I looked, it looked to me like there was only one spot that could be a 3, but that's not true. These could both be 3s. Uh, uh, I know I need one more 3 in this row. And it can't be there or there. Or there or there. So it's in one of these two places. One of these two cells is the last 3 for row 4. I know exactly what it is if it's here. I think I already went through this. I think if it's here, I think it could be anything, unfortunately. Let's see. So if this is a 3, I know what it looks like. In which case, it would have to make that a 2, which would look like that. And then that would have to be a 3. That would end up being the 0. If this is a 0, that's definitely a 2, which would make that a 4. So if this is a 0, I think that forces the 2 to 4 version. Of course, if either of these is a 4, then the 3 is taken. Oh, the 3 is always taken. I think that's the point. One of these is always a 3. If either of these is a 4, of course one of these is a 3. If neither of these is a 4, they can't be 2, 2, because that's not how the 2, 2s work in the 2, 2, 4 option. And so it would have to be 0, 2, but my monitor went off for a second. It would have to be 2. It would have to be 0, 2, but then the 2 would go horizontally, and it would also eat the 3. So therefore, what that's saying is this can't ever be a 3. So this is a 2. That's not bad. Once you frame it that way, it's not so bad. So now this is a 1. It doesn't feel as bad. At least it feels more natural to me. This can't be a 3 because this column already has its 3. So this is now that. I think, though, it turns out that was completely not at all what Naverio had in mind for us to think about. So this is a 2 or a 3, so it definitely goes up regardless. So this isn't a 0, it's in. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so this can't turn only that way. Oh wait, no, sorry. Never mind, that's not true. Oh, right. Sorry, this always goes up. Because of either thing. In either case, it goes up. Okay. Still need 2 3-ways in this column. Right. This can't be a 4 anymore. So this is a 0 or a 2. Yeah, it just feels like it doesn't fit with the rest of the puzzle, and I like this logic less than the rest of the puzzle. It's not necessarily a criticism that like this part is terrible or anything like that, but I liked the logic of the rest of the puzzle better. Now the T in row 4, it's not there, it's not there. So it's there or there. Or no, it's there or there. Let's see. This is definitely not a T. So this is only a 1 or a 4, I guess, is maybe worth spelling out. So this either extends both ways or extends neither way. Feels usable, but I don't think it is. And this I know, again, isn't a 1. So this is a 2, 3, or 4. Okay, yes, that's a good point. This can't be 0, Matt Laffey points out, because if this is 0, this now gets bullied into being a corner, which it's not allowed to be, or also 0. So this isn't a 0, this is a 2. Very nice. And so now we know which way it goes. It goes horizontally, which means both of these are done now. I have a small bug on my microphone running around. Okay, so that's a 2. That's done. Okay, so this certainly isn't a 4 anymore. So this is a 0 or a 2, although there's no 2 it could be. So this is the 0. So these are both in. This can't be a 0 and it can't be a 4. So we need to be 2, 3, 3 now. That's the only way this works, is if both of these are 3. Oops. So these are 0, 3, 3. I know which 3 this one is. And I know which 3 this one is. And so now we have finished that. This can't be a 4 anymore, so it is a 1. This certainly can't be a 4 anymore, so it is a 2 or a 3. This is a 3, so it's done. Yeah, because it can't be a 4 anymore. That was why. Okay, this has become the 4. Yeah, so these need to be a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now this edge is always here. In fact, this just can't be a 3 anymore, because if this is a 3, it makes that a 3, and that's too many 3s in the row. So this is always the 3 within the row. And the 3s in the row are now done. So we've got that. Okay, this row only has one corner. Right. This cell can't go only up, because remember, we've spoken for the 1 over there. So this always goes this way regardless, which does mean this is a 1, because it can't be a 2 anymore. Bloop. Okay, so this isn't a 1 anymore. So that's my 1. Okay, and neither of these is 1. So now that one's the 2. And so that one's the 4. And that one's the 3. And we can probably fill those in. So the 2 looks like that. The 4 looks like that. Uh-oh, I broke it. Okay, I don't know what I did, but we're going to try it again. Oh, these aren't part of the 10. My brain put the 10 clue up on these, so I knew that these were a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. But these aren't the 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. Okay. So let's do that again, but better. This can't go only up again because we know the 1 in the row is over there. So now this is the 1 in the row. So that is yellow. And this is green. And so now these are a 2-3 pair. So this is 2 or 3. Okay, well, this certainly isn't 4 anymore because of it not being able to go down. This is certainly in. It's not a 3 or a 4. So this is also a 1 or a 2. This is not a 1 or a 4. So this is a 2 or a 3, which I guess I already knew. I'm supposing I've already taken care of this. I have. I know there's 2 total 3s in this column. Yeah, that's going to get taken care of no matter what. This 1, that's taken care of. Hopefully this 4 is taken care of. So if this is always includes the vertical segment, because if it's either a vertical line or it's a, I guess I'd call that a vertical T. So that always gets filled in, which means this isn't a 2, this is a 1. Oh, and this certainly can't be a 2 because it would go crashing into this. So this is a 1. And it's only got one direction it can go, which is that one. Okay, and so now this is a 2, so it's done. So it's that one. And so now this is a 2, so it is that one. And so now we know that these are, oh, this 2-3 pair, that one is the 3. So that one's the 2. And so now this has nowhere to go, so it's done. Woohoo! Oops, that's not really what I wanted to click, but we'll go with it. Very nice. The end got a little sticky because my brain is not used to quite sort of parsing that out, but it was very nice, and I really liked the arithmetic use throughout. That was a very satisfying U-Bahn to complete. So Thank you, Naverio, for making that. That was very cool. All right. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. So see you all shortly. Welcome back. And I see that while I was gone, João has gifted 5 memberships. So thank you, João. They have gone to Scott, Salman, Pause, Zephyr, and Liam. Thank you so much. I will bring out Big Zach for the donation dance. Boop, 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 boop. Woohoo! Thank you so much. Huge appreciation for that. And we have a sort of sequel to what I think was my favorite math pesto puzzle from a year ago or whatever. So basically, it is a build your own lines puzzle. So we're going to have to sort of drop these lines into the grid. And the way these lines work, so just to go over them. So green lines, you need to have digits differ by at least 5. Renbon, you need to have ye old string of consecutive digits in any order. And region sum lines are the ones where you have the same sum. In each region the line passes through. However, as noted, there's been an explosion sending the lines off the grid. So the lines must be slid back. So these slide to the right, these slide down. Lines may pass over one another when sliding them back into place, but the final placements of lines cannot share any cells. So I don't know that this is behind this anymore, like I did in the previous one, I think. So I think I now could have like the green one there and that one over there, for example. Okay, so we have some 7, 8, or sorry, how many lines is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 7 long one of these. Let's see. I've got this and this row. Depending on where this ends up, we may end up with roping, which might or might not be a problem. Can I prove that if I rope a Renbon, I can't make the German Whisper work? I think I can, right? If I do rope the Renbon, then so that is, if I put the Renbon here, for example, then oh, no, it does work. It works. Never mind. Irksome. I just opened the link, Selena. I didn't do anything. This is just what it looks like. Let's see. It is true that this shape is quite restricted because I can't put it, I think Vish was pointing this out, I can't put it like this. Because if I try putting it like that, I've now got this one cell is the sum of these 4 cells, and that doesn't work. So I actually need to put it either, let's see, will it work nicer for me now? There we go. Okay. I don't know if that looks better or worse, but it looks different. Anyway, the point being that I can't put this anywhere. Can I turn the grid lines off? Do I want to turn the grid lines off? I don't even know. I'm just going to leave it like this. So yeah, so that either goes here or here, is what I know for sure. So the 2 options are that and that in order to make that not a problem. Which means that either these 2 digits are the same or these 2 digits are the same. Let's see. Should it be clear to me which of those it is? Yeah, we can certainly mark the 6, 7, 8, 9 on the top. That's a good idea. And these are, of course, the little itty-bitty guys. Owing to that. There's a similar actual... Well, I guess the constraint there is the... doing that, yeah, the... okay, yeah. If it's this one, then I have no choice but to put this here, and now this is just blocked off. So I can't do that. So I must officially put this here, which means I can sort of mark this off as put into the grid. And of course, these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so now we know that my the top of this German Whisper is going to be over here somewhere. Okay. So there's sort of two worlds. One where I put the German whisper exactly here and this region sum line here. In all other cases, I think I have to put this region sum line over here. For what it's worth. Yeah. Yeah, this is always part of a German whisper, is Selena's point, which I agree. And in particular, this giant Renbon, I think, is now going to get forced, because it certainly can't take this cell, can't take that cell, so it's going to have to take this cell, and then everything about it is forced. Oh, wait, sorry, it's not 7 high. It's 7 long, not 7 high. However, what Vish points out is if I do put this over here, it does indeed make it impossible to fit this Renbon in, because this Renbon is 5 cells high in this column. Basically, I guess the way that we could do it is if I sort of made this like all part of a purple thing, that I have 5 consecutive cells, so I know that cell's going to be part of the Renbon, or a 1-cell hole in the Renbon. So that all works out. So I do indeed have to slide this over here. Oh, I went one too long on that one. So we have used that. Okay, and so now the Renbon is forced. So now the Renbon can only do that. And we can block off that. And now the German whisper is forced to go there. Nowhere else it can go in the column. Okay, and so because this sees the entire Renbon, I know that this is from 1, 2, 8, 9. I can't make this Renbon extreme. There are no 1s or 9s on this Renbon, because if I put a 1 or a 9 on it, then I completely obliterate that high-lowity from this German whisper. So I can go ahead and fill this in, that this Renbon is only from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we can, as you say, color the roping. So the trick here when Melkor says that is that these yellow digits, they definitely go over here. And so in particular, 1 and 9 definitely live in this column. So this thing is not a 9. So I know there is a 1 on these digits, and there's no 6 for what it's worth. Go ahead and make these green. And then make these red, I suppose. While I am at it. Okay. 6, 7, 8. I mean, I do know this digit is red, but I don't know if that's necessarily enthralling to me. So these cells, definitely 2 of the 3 of them are part of the Renbon. At least. Because the Renbon starts at earliest here, going up the column. That's 5 cells high. So 2 of 3 of these are part of the Renbon. In particular, that's going to mean that when I look at this whisper, it's getting squeezed into these 5 cells, which means these, or at least that, is going to be part. Maybe I should make this in that color or something. Maybe I should just stop using, or sorry, maybe I should make this green and I should just make these a different shade. Make them purple or something. So this now has to go over there. And so now the point is that when you ask where this goes, I think now there's only one option. That's why I was filling this in, Selena, was just so I could say where the green one went. Or sorry, where the blue one went. Because the blue one can go here. If the blue one goes here, I force this to be the hole in the Renbon, which I think just works. It looks like to me. Oh, no, it doesn't. It runs pink into green circle. Yep, it does run pink into green circle. So that doesn't work. And then this super doesn't work because here I would be cutting through that circle and I can't have my lines cross. So yeah, so I agree. This only goes here. Okay, and so now my green is actually completely forced. These two are the same digit for whatever that is worth. This one I have now done. Okay, this string of 3 now can only go in one of these 2 spots. For whatever that is worth. Oh, it just says the lines can't share any cells. You're right. Maybe the lines could cross. Because you're right. That version, I think that version actually is okay. I think Garion is correct. Because the version where the line does that, oh, sorry. It was this one where it was okay, right? And that doesn't work. Yes, this is the scenario where they ended up crossing, and that definitely doesn't work because, as Matt points out, these two end up being the same value. And that is bad. But good catch, Tigarian. So, anyway, that means that we do put this here and put this here. Get rid of that green. Gray out both of these. Both the same digit. Juan says now red has to have 7 and 8 for the region sum in box 6 or box 8. I'm not quite sure I see how as of yet. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, now I see it. It's because of where this region sum line ends up. Yep. It's because of where this region sum line ends up. This region sum line is going to end up here, and we get to use that arrow sum trick, which is that regardless of where I put this line, let's just say I put it here, now I know the sum of these cells is of minimum 15. But because of where the 9 is, it's also maximum of 15, which means that, in fact, I'm going to end up needing to use both 7 and 8 in red, wherever that cell is going to be a 7, 8. And so I know there's a 7, 8 here, so there is no 7, 8 here, and in fact that means there's no 8 on this line, which in fact gets us a digit, because this is now going to end up being 9, because I've got 3 digits here, which need to have one digit that's different from the others, so we get to bring out a 9. I will bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we've got that. Let's see. And this, remember, looks like that or that. Okay. Well, this doesn't look like this, I can at least tell you. So I can add one more cell to this German Whisper, because if the German Whisper looks like this, it has the problem that it doesn't have any low digits on it, because the digits on blue lines in this box are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple, because they add up to 7, 8. So this cell is also part of the this line. Likewise, I can't have 2 cells of this line in this box either. So this line's either going to have to live... Well, it's going to have to live in these cells. I don't quite know yet exactly. Okay, yeah, there's no 2s anywhere along here. And no 7, 8s for that matter. Wait, no, there are 7, 8s. Sorry, there are 7, 8s here. But I do know that these are 1, 2, 9. For whatever that is worth, I can get rid of the 1 and the 9. Okay, so if I put a 9 here, is that going to be a problem? It's going to make these sum to at least 13, and I'm going to need to make that without using a 9, a 7, or an 8. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Because the absolute maximum digit I can put in here is a 6. So these sum to at most 11, so I definitely can't use the 9. So that is a 9. So now these sum to, like, they could sum to 6, I suppose. I don't know. So these digits are actually pretty restricted because they're not 1, 2. So they can be 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the only digits that can actually go here. In fact, actually, that's also true of this cell, although it's not so exciting. I guess I had that labeled over there as well. Right. There's a pencil mark 1 in row 7 because I can't make this sum without a 1. So actually that gives me the 2 and the 1 like that. Means there's no 2 along this line, which means the sum is 8 because it would be 1, 2, 4 otherwise. And so now this is 1, 3, 4. So this digit's not 3 or 4. It's 5 or 6. And now that's going to be huge because now the minimum sum here is 8. Oh, never mind. So the sum is 8 or 9, I suppose. And so, anyway, it's a question of whether we use this 5, 6 up here or not. Okay, so we know there's a 7 and a 9 over here for what it's worth. So these two digits definitely have an 8 in them, right? because these two are linked on a German whispers. They have to have a high digit in them, and that digit can't be 6, and it can't be 7 or 9. So it's definitely an 8. So that cell's not 8. Also, that cell's not 8 because I turned off the conflict checker and I didn't turn it back on. So that is a less enticing deduction that I've wanted. And so these are from 2, 3, 8 for what it is worth. But we're going to make do with it anyway. That digit's also not 8. Thank you, conflict checker. So we've got that. Oh, right. There's not a 3 on this rent. Oh, no, sorry. There is a 3 on this rent bond. Never mind. Sorry. Box 8. Oh, right. Sorry. Vish is using the fact that there's a renbon in this column. And so the digit that's on this renbon that is left is not 1, 2, 9, or 8. I don't quite know what to do with that. I do know there's a 7. Oh, and I know it's a 725 exactly, actually. So one of these is a 725. I wanted to say 725 was going to be really disastrous for the German whisper in the row, but I don't know that it is. So I see. It was intended to be the other direction I was supposed to look at this. Whichever digit is on this renbon in here is at least 6. Because remember, the 2 and 5 are on this. That's what I was supposed to see. So this is meant to be from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so that's the other digit over here is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, it's not 9. And it's not 8. So this is from 5, 6, 7. And so that means that these are a 3, 4 pair. Oh, and it's not 7 because 7 goes on the other piece, right? And this one's not 8, and it's not 9. It's not 8 because an 8 looks down on it. It's not 9 because 9 isn't consecutive with one of those. So there's definitely a 6 on here for whatever it's worth. Now I've got another low digit here. So now if I make this 725, then that's going to like force me to use 3 as my low digit on here in the middle with an 8, 9 on the outside for this. Which is all okay, I think. It is true there's no 1 at all on this German whisper. Oh, and I guess I can color the high-lowity of this German whisper as I guess something else that I can do. Like these numbers are high, and these numbers are low. That is probably worth doing. Oh, so this just can't touch in the box at all. That's the point. That's the point that I've missed this whole time. That number can't touch this box at all because all the low digits in this box are gone. Okay, that's gorgeous in terms of setup. Okay, so there we go. So that has forced where this goes. We can relay this like that. I'm just going to color those just for a second. I suspect we're going to know what they are in a moment. So the 8 we said was the high digit. And so this is a 2-3 pair, actually, if you look at it next to the 8, which has made that a 4 and that a 3. This is a 7 or a 9. What do you want to bet it's a 7? Okay, these aren't 3 or 4, as we sort of previously knew. And the region sum line, remember, is 7 to 5, and so we know where it goes now. And so we know where the Renbon goes by process of elimination. Okay, so this is a 7. This is a 2, 5. This isn't a 7. Okay, and this is a 6 or a 7. Oops, sorry, 6 or 7. This digit's quite restricted, I think, because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be 6, but it's not 7 and it's not 9. So this is only 6 or 8. In fact, this just is 8, because where does 8 go in this box by Sudoku? 8 goes here by Sudoku. So these digits are 5, 6, 7, 9, except we know there's a 6 over there, so these aren't 6. So these are only from 5, 7, 9. We know there's a little bit of whisper in these two cells, regardless of whether it goes over here or over here. Oh, these digits are 1, 4, 6, and it's hard to make 1, 4, 6 into a valid German whisper, Selena points out. So actually this goes over here, and then we can consider this done. And so 8 goes next to 1. It goes next to 6, makes that a 4. Like that. Hey, Salmon, how are you doing? Let's see. Okay, so these are 5, 7, 9. I think that's right. So that's a 5. Sorry, so that is a 6. If I look at it, so that's a 5, which makes that a 6. These sum to 9. Oh, yeah. Also, I know these weren't 5 because there was a 2, 5 pair there. Yeah, so no 6s to be found here, which means there is a 6 up here. Of course, no 5s to be found up here. So these are 5, 7, 8, so there's no 5 here, and so that means that this sum to 9 is a 3, 6, and that's a 4. If you look at that. Okay, so I can fill in 5, 7, 8 here, and then I can get rid of this coloring because it's getting a little bit distracting. Okay, so now the world weeps or whatever. These two, remember, are the same digit. It's an interesting notice. There's 2 high digits on here, and neither of them is 8. Let's see. Okay, so where are these two in the column? Yeah, the only place that these two can go in the column, given that the top of those two has to be at furthest up here, but it can't actually be there. So it could go here and here, but that's it because everything else is blocked. So in fact, this giant Renbon looks like that. A beauty if I've ever seen one. So we can mark you off. And And now my region sum line, I see that I don't have a 1 in these two cells, and I don't have both 2 and 3, which means that this sum is at least 6, and it's not 8. So it is 6, 7, or 9 for sure. Okay, the sum of these is not 3, so it is at least 4. So let's catch up these two cells. So it's at least 4, but it's not 4 either, because there's a 4 looking at it. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it seems like this one's not 8, so the other one's not 8 either. Okay, and ketchup definitely lands down here, for what it is worth. Ketchup is already in box 4. That cell is ketchup in box 4. Okay, if this digit is high, it's only a 7 or a 9, for whatever it's worth. This length 3 renbon doesn't have a 1 on it. I don't know that I can say a terrible lot more than that, though. Oh, I am... If this is not a 5, I get a 6, 7, 9 triple in the thing. Oh, yeah, sorry. This is... I thought people were arguing enough about this to say that, like, every renbon of this length has one, but no, people are just saying, where does this digit go in this box? And the answer is it goes there. Sorry, this was not the kind of point I was trying to extrapolate. Anyway, we're very close to having a 6, 7, 9 triple. We just need to rule out that this is 5. But it probably is 5, but who knows? I do know there's an 8 over here. Let's see. So we still got that renbon. We still got this thing, which is going to drop down, and it's... I guess this is always going to be it. Because it's either going to be there or there or there and there. Oh, it can't block right. It can't be there and there, because if it's there and there, Selena points out, it breaks the renbon. So actually, this always goes here, making this the 6, 7, and the 9. Oh, except it's not 9, because it actually ends up in the row with 9. So it is 6 or 7. Okay. Yeah. So this whisper needs 2 high digits. 8 is not one of them. And so Nicholas pointed out 6 is also not one of them, because 6 only goes next to 1, and it can't go either of these places. I would need 2 1s in the box if I made either of these 6. So the 2 high digits have to be 7 and 9, which means that red circle is not 7 or 9. Red circle is 5 or 6 only. So that means that these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for whatever that is worth. Oh, wow. Spot from Martin that I never would have seen. These digits are certainly... This is required for Martin's spot. These digits are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so Martin's point is that these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sextuple. I might have eventually said this. because I got to say sextuple. So these are 7, 8, 9. But then Martin noticed, hey, neither of those can be 8. So that one is. Okay, and that gives us a 7, 9 pair in this column, which indeed makes this a 6, which sadly makes ketchup 5. And so no 6 here, no 5 or 6 there. Oh, sorry, no 5 or 6 there. This has got to be 2, 4 exactly. No 5s in my sum to 5, funnily enough. Okay, these aren't 5 anymore, so that is. That's not 5. Okay, so that 2, 4 looks down and makes that a 3 and that a 2. We do have a virtual 2, 4 pair because one of these is 2 or 4 because the two ways to make 5 are 1, 4 and 2, 3. And I'm going to use one of 2 and 4 there. So that means this is always going to be a 1. That's always going to be a 2, which has indeed made this 2, 3, which has made that 4 and 2. So I'll write a different digit there just to try it. Just to feel something, as the youth always say. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Just by the column alone. So there's 2 pretty high digits living on this renbon for whatever that is worth. I know there's a 7 or a 9 here for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Is there an 8 on this renbon? If there is no... So, funnily enough, if there's an 8 on this renbon, it goes here, which means this cell's never 9, which is this kind of ridiculous deduction that I love and hate depending on the day. There's definitely a 6, though, and the 6 on this renbon doesn't go in any of these places, so the 6 on the renbon definitely goes in one of these 2 cells, which also means this isn't a 9, because if this cell were a 9, it would force that cell to be 6, and that doesn't work. And so that's not a 9. Nordy is ruining it all by pointing out that there's a 2 on it by sudoku. Let's see. Could I have done it without Nordy's point? I'm not actually sure. Let's see. But with Nordy's point, well, I at least know there's a 2. There could still be an 8 even with a 2. So maybe I managed to get all of the juice out of Nordy's point somehow inexplicably without using it, even though Nordy's point was, of course, what any sane individual would have said. Let's see. 9 in box 4. Yeah, so 9 in box 4 is hanging out over here somewhere because we've just said we can't put it on the renbon anywhere. Yeah, I mean, it definitely was by sudoku. It was there. So yeah, so there's a 9 over here somewhere. So that is a 7, which makes that a 9 and a 5. Makes that not a 9. Let's see. So, oh, I haven't yet actually dripped this thing into the row. This is a very cool puzzle. Yeah, 6 is just placed here, by the way. That would have been a smart thing for me to do a while back, I think, because I think that's been available for a while. So that's a 6, and that's a 7, and that's an 8. Okay, so there's no 8 on the renbon anymore, so we now know what these digits are. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, funnily enough. So no 2, 4, no 4, no 3. And so this is the other 7, 9. Chad is really into placing 6s. We maybe have some more 6s that we could place, like, for example, that 6, which makes this a 1 or a 3 to finish off the box, which sorts out that 4, which makes that a 3 and places that 6. And we maybe now have all the 6s, even though it has not grayed out to tell me we have all the 6s. I think we really have all the 6s. Okay. So what can these cells be? It seems worth asking the question. Just about anything they feel like seems to be the answer. Okay. So I think I can do some math with this Renbon, though, because this Renbon definitely needs a 7 on it anywhere it lies. And so that's because these things are like 1, 4, 5. There's not enough I can do without a 7. So there's a 7 on it, which makes that a 5 and makes that a 7. Okay, and so these could be 6, 7, 8, or these could be 7, 8, 9. Those are both options. There is a 5 in one of these two cells for whatever it is worth. Oh, there's also a 7, 9 pair in this column, Laura points out, and that just is going to place the Renbon right away, because the Renbon certainly can't have a 1 or a 4 on it. And so that is done. Very good spotting there. So that has to be a 7, or Renbons don't do Renbon things. 9 and 7. So one of these is a 9 now, because neither of them is a 7, so the other of these is a 7. If that was a 7, these would be a 1, 2 pair, which is maybe okay. There's no 7 in either of those. Those are 1, 4, 9 pair. These are a, well, they're not 1 and they're not 3. So these are a 5 and an 8 in that order, making that a 2 and a 5 in that order, making that a 3 and a 2 in that order, making that not as 3 as it used to be. Okay. I need, right, the 9 in this column. I've just said there's a 9 here, so that's a 9. I was going to argue that in a more complicated way, but I'll argue it the simpler way and spare you the weird virtual pair on the thingy thing argument that I had in mind. Okay, yeah, so there's a, okay, there's no 4 on here, so there's a 1 or a 3 over there. Sure. Right. There's a 7 here, which needs a 1 or a 2 next to it, except it can't have a 2. So wherever the 7 is, it needs a 1, which makes these a 1, 9 pair. Yeah, I was trying to pair the 9 with a 4 or something, but you're right. These need to be a 1, 9 pair. So that's a 4 and a 1. So that is not a 4. That is not a 1. Okay, yeah, and so now, where does the 1 go in this column? Now that's the 1 in this column. We get our 1, 3, 4. And now these are a 7 and a 4, and so that's not the 4. That's the 4. I'm not the 4, you're the 4, as they say. Okay, and so 7 only goes next to 1 and 2, so we can place those. 1 and 9. 9 goes over there. 3 goes there. 1 and 3 go there. That seems to be a 2 and a 4. And so now we've got some digits left to go in these cells. And we've got some coloring to clear out and a little bit of ketchuping to undo so that we can tidy up everything. 8, 1, 3, 2. Gorgeous puzzle there, Math Pesto. I really enjoyed that one. Very nice. Very nice puzzle there. Much fun. Alrighty. That is... actually, I'll do... So, sorry. Tristan added a cactus puzzle earlier to the bucket, which is a 1-star puzzle by Nordy, and I feel like we've got enough time. I can do a cactus puzzle. I don't know what a cactus puzzle is, but it's cute. So let's do this, and then we'll wrap up stream. Oh, no, I missed some gray. Oh, no, I never grade this. Horrible. And I guess I should have gotten rid of these pencil marks as well. There we go. You recommend understanding the rules. The sum of the digits on a green cactus is less than or equal to every digit that shares an edge with it. the difference between digits on an orange cactus is greater than or equal to every digit that shares an edge with it. The sum of the digits on a green cactus is less than or equal. So the sum of the digits on the green cactus has to be at most 9. Oh, they have cute little pluses and minuses, I see, and less than signs. Ah, yes, okay, that helps a lot. When we say sum of the digits, we don't mean sum of a pair of digits. We mean the sum of every digit along this, right? And so the minimum is 7 for this. So every digit that's next to the green cactus needs to be an 8 or a 9. So that's... Uh-oh. I didn't do that right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 7. Or equal. Sorry, or equal. So these are 7, 8, 9, which means this does need to sum to 7. Because otherwise it'll be a lie. If this summed to more than 7, then I would have to break my 7, 8, 9 triple. So these are a 1, 2 pair, these are a 1, 2 pair, and that's a 1, which gets me a 1 here. And Zek's intern, Big Zek, can do that. Woo! Wow! Wee! Thank you, Big Zach. Thank you. I was in my head preparing to argue about whether how exactly the difference of two things was going to be very different than these, but in fact, I only ever have to take a difference of two things, so I don't have to worry very much about the fact that it's a difference of two things. Okay, so these digits are therefore a 3, 4, 5, 6 for what it's worth. So the difference of these numbers is at least greater than 4 for what it's worth. This number is less than or equal to all the numbers around it for whatever that is worth. Let's see. This is at least 6, so I can at least fill in the 6, 7, 8, 9 here for that sum. That gives me a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in box 5, which means the difference actually has to be 6 because I now actually have a 6 next to this. So these are 1, 2, 1, 2. And so these numbers here are 3, 4, 5. However, the difference between these is at least as big as this number. So the only way that works is if this is a 6, this is a 3, and this is a 9. I believe is how all of that worked. So that's therefore a 3. Is my understanding of how rules work. That's a 9. Oops, that's not a 9. That's not a 6. Okay, so we've got all of that. So these digits are from 1, 2, 4, 5. Got it. So the sum of this cactus is at most 5. So it does not have a 5 on it. And in fact, the sum of the cactus is certainly at least 4. So it doesn't have a 1 or a 2 next to it. So that's a 4, 5 pair, which means this isn't 4. So it's a 1 or a 2. So this number can only be a 3 or a 4. Over there. Okay. Yes, yes. I know there's a 1 and a 2 over here somewhere. Oh, and I know these numbers are at most 6 I can fill in. That one's not 1, 2, 3. That one's not 6. There's a 4, 5, 6 triple up here, so that's not a 6. And this is a 7 or an 8, Vish points out. So that 7, 8 pair actually has made that a 9, which has made that a 9. The difference of these two numbers is at least 7. And so they have to be 2 and 9. Like that. Is the only way that that works anymore. Let's see. These two is at least 4, but that one could be 9. Oh, wait, sorry, it could be 8. Sorry, it's the or equal that gets me every time. No, the difference really is at least 7. Sorry, I don't think Selena is right. I think the difference really is at least 7. And 7 is the only one that works. Or I completely misunderstood Selena's point and backtracked for no reason. That is also possible. I convinced myself that I had screwed up the or equal part. Okay, so there is a 3 in one of these cells. Just by sudoku. This number is less than 7 now. So this is 3, 4, 5, or 6, I suppose. Right. I can't put an 8 touching this thing is what Selena's point is, because now that needs to be the 8. Yeah, if I put the 3 here, this number needs to be less than 3, and that doesn't work. João points out, so that's a 3. Okay, 2, 3. Okay, so these are 4, 5, and 6 again, which gives me a 4, 5, 6 triple in this row, which makes these 1, 2, and 7. That can't be a 7. Because if this is a 7, then these numbers need to be at least 7 apart, and they can't be, because this one can't be 1, 2, 7, or 9. Yeah, because the most they can be apart is 6, because the 1 and the 2 in the box are gone. They're at least 4 apart, though. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. So that's a 1, 2 pair in this column. That means these are a 1, 2 hidden pair by my corner marks. Over here. Hey, Mekti, how are you doing? I hope this finds you well. Let's see. Okay, so the... Three in row... yes, 3 in row 5. Good. That is a 3. Okay, so now if I just write in what digits these can be, it's very restricted given that they need to be at least 4 apart. No, sorry, they need to be at least 5 apart because these things are next to a number that's at least 5. So there's no 5 in here. There has to be a 4 in here. And in fact, actually, the only thing that works is 4 and 9 in order to make that work. And so there's no 6s there, and that is a 6, a 5, and a 4. That is a 6. That is not a 4. That is not a 9. That is not a 9. This number needs to be less than 4 and not be 1 or 2, so this number is a 3. This number needs to be bigger than 3, so it's a 7. So we can fill in the rest of these numbers. That is an 8. Domino in box 9 sees digits. It doesn't have a 3 and it's not 1, 2. So it has a number that's at least 4 in it. So this number these two certainly sum to at least 5. Is the point, so if they sum to at least 5, that means that none of these digits, or all of these digits, are at least 5, which gives me a quintuple in the box of numbers that are at least 5. And so therefore it must be that these do sum to 5, because there is a 5 next to it, which makes these a 1, 4, and makes that a 2 and a 3. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. This is a cool rule set. 2. Okay, so now if that's a 2, this now has to be at least a 5, and that's at most a 3. That's a 4 and a 5. How is the Count-Doku pillar thing going, Memerister? I cannot pronounce it. But let's see. Okay, so there's some digits there, I suppose. There's a 2 over here somewhere. There's an 8 over here somewhere. Yes. Sorry. These numbers need to all be at least 5. That probably is worth filling in. So that's not a 5 or a 9. That's not a 7 or a 9. Oh, and this isn't a 7 or an 8 either. This is just a 6. So those aren't 6. That is a naked single 4. This is a number. It is also a 4. Everything is coming up 4s all of a sudden. There's some digits left in this box. That one is the one that's a 5. Okay, so this is a 3, 6, and that one's bigger than this one. So this has to be a 6 and a 3 in that order. Trying not to publish it with a ton of mistakes. It probably will make people happier if you publish it not with a ton of mistakes. Better you than me. That's not a 7. That's not an 8. So that's a 4, 9 pair. For whatever that's worth. This number is at least 3. So it is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not 4, 7, or 9. It's 5, 6, or 8. 1 is over in one of these. 2 and 3. These are a 2, 3 hidden pair if you look at where 2 and 3 go in this box. And so that's a 2 and that's a 3. This can't have a 6 next to it because the difference is 5. I just didn't fill it in. This also can't have a 6 next to it because the difference is 5. Thank you, Garion. No 6 over there. So that is placed the 5 over here. That has given me a 6, 7, 8 triple in this row. So these aren't 6, 7, or 8. So that is a 1, which makes that a 4 and a 1, which makes that a 9. The 9 and a 4. Let's see. So these are things. The thing that one is rhymes with 7. 8 and 7, 8 and 6, 8, 9, 7, 6, 8, 7, 8, 4, 5, 7, 6, 5, and 4. Very nice. I quite enjoyed that. I don't do many 1-star puzzles on stream, but that one looked adorable enough, and I am glad that I did it. All right, but that is going to wrap up stream for today. So thank you, everyone, for joining us on the new schedule. I hope it ends up working for people. But I will stream again on Tuesday at the same time, so hopefully that will work for you as well if you're interested in stopping by. I look forward to doing some more puzzles. Then at some point soon, I'm going to set a sudoku, I think, but I probably not Tuesday, I'm going to guess, but we'll see. But anyway, yes, do please like the stream if you have not. We greatly appreciate all the donations. Thank you so much to João earlier for donating the gift subs. Everyone who got them, enjoy using your Zach emotes. But yes, thank you, everyone. If you want to donate to the stream, if you want to sort of help keep the lights on, you can always click the dollar bill button down below at the bottom of chat. If you're anywhere but iOS, Apple doesn't love us. But if you're anywhere else, then you can, and we greatly appreciate those of you who do it. You can see the names of everyone who gives stuff on the screens when we go to back there at the end. So thank you, everyone. I look forward to seeing you all real soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Oops, I did not successfully hit the ending button. Let's try again.